Hello, hello. There you go. Hello, hello, everybody. JR here, back with our continuing adventures down. Yo, hey, Bao, how's it going? Uh, with our continuing adventures down down these Life is Strange tier lists here. In our last in our last episode, we finished up. Hey, Ninja, how's it going? Uh, just doing the little recap of the last episode. Ah, okay. You're talking about Minecraft. It was it was fine. Well, as I said, I was only I only was there towards the very end, like you were just wrapping up the episode you were playing, but it looked fun and interesting. So so definitely would be something I would be interested in seeing a little bit more of. So and I'm glad you're doing well, Ninja, as always. Always glad to hear when all the homies are doing well. The fact that all of you do well makes me happy. So, oh, okay. Because if I remember correctly, season one was 8 episodes, right? So you did 2 episodes already. So you have that's where the six more is coming from. But but yeah, in our last episode for this, we placed we finally um to answer your question, Bao, I think it was five. I think it was five. I could check right now. Yeah, it was five. There you go. Yeah, I just double checked it myself, and it's like, yep, it is 8 for season one and 5 for season two. Plus, remember, I am doing this on my laptop, so it's very easy for me just to type it up and look it up real quick to make sure. uh, but yeah, so we were able finally to place the drama queen Rachel Amber on the tier list in our last episode. So as you can see here, Oh, excuse me. As you can see here, we put Rachel right over here. Yeah, I know. I have uh, I have a pretty good memory for certain things. For certain things, I have a pretty good memory, especially if it's something that I've uh like gone through enough times. Then it kind of becomes muscle memory at that point, in a way. But yeah, we put Rachel up here. So Rachel is sitting her pretty little self on the top of A tier at the moment. And yet again, I already discussed in the last episode why Rachel is not any higher and the reasons why she is this high. So check out the last episode for a nice breakdown and everything of how I reached my final conclusion on her placement here. Also, yet again, since we are jumping into uh, doing the full breakdown for both Max and Chloe from the original game, because now we're jumping into the original two main characters now. We did kind of start a little bit of their character breakdown because we also went through and recapped through Chloe and Max's characters in the farewell DLC. So we started a little bit of their breakdown already. And technically we also started Chloe's breakdown already because of Before the Storm and her relationship with Rachel and all that stuff. So Chloe's been getting the deep dive for a while at this point. We're just now getting into like the nitty gritty of it now. And now by that extension, Max herself is also gonna get her deep dive. And also, uh, as a reminder, Rachel from the original Life is Strange is not going to be eligible for ranking on the tier list for me. So she is not going to be included in the tier list because as far as the original game goes, Rachel for me, Rachel is not a character in the original Life is Strange. She's a plot device. So there's not really a character to really break down because all you're hearing about her is stuff from other people. So nothing you're really hearing you can really take at face value. So you can't necessarily for me, you can't necessarily judge her as a character in the original game. So So she is not going to be counted. That version of Rachel is not going to be counted here. um, let's see. So, with that being said, we are going to jump into where are you? There you go. Jump into the original Life is Strange here. So, uh, hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. Alrighty. Oh, that's fine. Hey, that's fine, Val. As I said, the as I always say, um, whether anyone can tune in live or not, it's fine. That's the way. That's the reason why I have the VODs on the YouTube channel and everything. So that way anyone can catch up on any of my past videos and stuff. They're all there. So so you don't have to so nobody has to feel like they're missing anything. It's right there. So so if if you can be there or not, it's totally fine. You don't have to. It's good. It's cool. It's good. It's good. Um, let me see. Am I saying? Uh, no, I'm not. Okay. Let me see. And just for a little. Oh, nope. Uh, Oh, okay. I was like, why is that showing? Okay. So here we go. We got episode episode one, Chrysalis. So so now we are going to be what was it? Jumping ahead about oh excuse me about 2.5 years um from the end of Before the Storm. And the farewell DLC was when was the farewell DLC? Because I want to say 2000. What was it? Was it like 8, 9? Let me see. No, because the main plot is 2010. Oh, okay. The farewell DLC is 2008. Okay, okay. I figured it was a couple of years before. So yeah, so we got 2008 for the farewell DLC. So that's when William gets killed in the car accident. And Max moves during right after the funeral. Max moves pretty much immediately after the funeral. So way more gut punches to all the feelings. And then from there, we jump about 2 years into 2010 for the main story of Before the Storm and the whole Chloe and Rachel relationship beginning. And then now here we are in 2013, because the original game here takes place in 2013, and the beginning the original.
Into the beginning. Had to double confirm all the way in the.
All right. So, I forgot the thing like loads in. Takes a minute to load in, doesn't it?
Go on.
So, so right out of the gate, we got.
I am looking.
All right. So right out of the gate, immediately we're just thrown in with Max here on the floor in the middle of this storm. Uh, well, previously unconscious for whatever reason, and now waking up.
So.
All right. Um, you would probably notice that that since this was the remastered version that I played for this playthrough here, we have a bunch of graphical upgrades. from as opposed to the original game. Um, with immediately from this opening scene, you could tell like the storm effects are are way more noticeable. So you got more of like the mist going on here with all the wind, more rain. Max looks like has more wetness on her from the rain. So she actually looks like she's been walking around a downpour. And also we have actual hair physics. Because if you notice, when Max was like getting up and moving around, her hair was moving because of all the wind going on. Because as opposed to in the original version of the game, everyone's hair was kind of like glued to their heads, so everyone's hair wouldn't like move. So now, so for this, they made a point to add some hair movement, so that way everything's a lot less uh, stiff and static. So now you actually have some dynamic movement going on in certain instances.
Last thing we need.
And if anyone, well, if I, oh, excuse me, look in the direction.
There we go. We got it.
You can see that the details of the storm is a lot of the tornado are a lot more pronounced now. So the storm has like more lightning effects and more like wind effects going on.
That was so surreal.
Film Little
And it was all a dream.
There we
But
go.
he could be talking about photography, as he likely was.
Okay, I'm in class. Everything's cool.
Mm.
To shadow, from color to chiaroscuro. Now,
This opening sequence.
example of a photographer who perfectly captured the human condition in
I
black
didn't
and
fall asleep, and that sure didn't feel like a dream. Weird.
See, it's at that point where a bunch of people probably you know, because sometimes when people when a story uses like almost this was all a dream mechanic. Sometimes depending on how you do it and how you execute doing something like that, you could actually lose like people. Like sometimes you run the risk of pissing off people because people would most people would tend to feel that they kind of wasted their time if you just do the whole like, oh, this was a dream thing. Uh, Especially if you wind up doing something like that, the longer things are going. So At least they did it like real quick here. So it works here because it sets up like a little bit of a mystery, because now it's like, okay, Max had this weird dream with this big ass tornado coming at the town. Like, what the fuck was that? So it sets up some mystery as far as that goes. So there's that. And as always, you have your trusty journal. Which, if you notice, the journal has dates on it. It actually has some dates on it. Well, as far as the main journal entries go. And then we have text messages, which also have dates and times on them. A nice text message from Kate. Okay, so we got text messages from Dad, Mom, Kate, and Warren. It always amazes me playing through, every time I go through these games, how much of irrelevance Max's parents are. Because the only time you ever interact with, well, technically you never interact with your parents, but the only time your parents, Max's parents, really show up in the stories in any way is pretty much just through text messages. Like, there's never a voice recording, there's never they're never really like on screen either in any way, really. The only time they're ever like actually shown, like as far as like having an actual like character model on screen, is in the farewell DLC at the end. Like, if you're not like paying attention to like you can like miss her parents because they're kind of there for like a split second, and then they what was it, her dad gives Max the little tap on the shoulder, that they're gonna get ready to leave, that they're ready to leave, and then he just walks off with the mom, or I believe the mom walks off first. But that's pretty much it. Like, that's the only real on-screen appearance that Max's parents make in the entire franchise. Like, it just always amazes me how irrelevant her parents are. And then we get this little plot point of this everyday heroes competition that's going on, that Max is being encouraged to take part in, obviously by her teacher, Mr. Jefferson here, because he sees potential in Max's photography skills. So he really wants her to participate in the concert. I mean, in the contest. But in any event, we say hello to Kate because this is obviously really important. In any case, we have this quick little conversation with Kate, which Kate's gonna play a bigger role later. She plays a bigger role in episode 2. Because there's not much. There isn't really a lot going on. As far as the main plot goes, with episode 1, because primarily it's a lot of setup for a lot of the different main characters and supporting characters that you're going to be dealing with throughout the game. So there's not really a lot of, shall we say, really, really big moments for the first game. I mean, for the first episode. So in any case, I wonder if this next part is going to be muted. Okay. Let's see. Was this part muted?
Little cut.
I gotta wait for her to put her headphones in.
Come up with some creative ways to handle that.
Oh, nope.
And I really love this.
There you go.
Yeah, when I originally played the game, besides the opening with the storm, being a interesting hook to interest you in, like, what the hell is going on here? This moment, the hallway, and going down the hallway to Sid Mathers's To All of You really set the tone for the game, like the type of vibes and stuff that they were going for.
And that is 100% still true and 100% exactly how I still feel about this whole walk down this hallway. But in any event, we need to finally get to the bathroom. There we go. Okay.
I recalled ironically, remember.
There we go. Also, very importantly, to point out here is the fact that Max rips up the photo that she was going to use to submit for the Everyday Heroes contest. When the door closes, a window opens. Also, even the original creators have pointed this out, that realistically, Max should not be able to rip a Polaroid picture like she does in this scene. She's not supposed to be able to do that realistically. But you know, the creators were like, yeah, we just wanted to make it a little bit more dramatic.
Just because.
Oop, wait, do we see the do we see the photo? Do we see it? No. Okay, we'll see it later.
Good is gonna sell a bunch.
Oh, there's Nathan. Oh, excuse me.
Make a bunch of money. So
I do love also the added details of facial expressions and stuff that they did add for this remaster.
the girl of the hour.
Check the perimeter, as my step-ass would say. Now, let's talk business.
I got nothing for
And
you.
welcome the legendary,
Cash.
That's my family, not me.
at this point, the legendary Ashley Birch at this point.
Some shit to kids around here. I bet your respectable family would help me out if I went to that.
Back then, before her getting the
I can tell everybody Nathan Prescott is a punk ass.
getting the
bitch like a
Chloe
little girl that
role
talks to
here.
herself.
I believe the only big thing that she was known for was
Put that thing down.
her YouTube series with her family.
I'm so sick of people
The
trying to
Hey
kill
Ash,
me.
what you playing
To get in hella more trouble
series.
for this than drugs.
So
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho! No!
and here is the moment.
Whoa.
There you go.
What the fuck? How can that be? I was in the bathroom.
And then now we got our rewind powers. So now we got the main thing, the main mechanic of the game that we will use throughout this game. And then now we pretty much go through, you know, the normal thing that Max would go through is questioning, did any of that really happen? Did I really rewind and all that stuff? So now we pretty much go through our little tutorial here of like, okay, this is the button you press to rewind. Now you just have to kind of retrace your steps type of thing. So we have to take the selfie again, so that way Jefferson talks to us. Obviously, we're gonna get a little bit of different dialogue choices that we could choose here. So the conversations kind of switch up a little bit. But in any case, and then now we have the added thing of like, okay, I get a piece of information, and then I rewind to use that information that I learned to potentially get out of a problem or solve a problem that Max is currently dealing with right now. So for right now, the biggest thing that Max is established with her is she has very big self-confidence problems. Like you've seen where she's very unsure about submitting the photo for the competition, and then she decides that she's gonna rip up the photo and whatnot. We also talked to Kate again because we got to make sure we keep that going. So so that's pretty much the quickest thing that is established with Max right out the gate is uh, her self esteem and like her self worth and like stuff like that, which is gonna be a character arc that she definitely goes through during the course of the game. And there is a particular person that does help her with that. So we still rip up the photo, we take the butterfly photo again, and then now we wait for Nathan and Chloe to show up again, do their little thing, and then we gotta quickly do this little puzzle thing here of getting this little hammer and breaking the glass to hit the alarm, so Chloe gets a chance to get the fuck out of here and not get shot. So it's amazing how Nathan casually just puts the gun away and like leaves. Plus the fact that he was able to even bring a gun into the school to begin with is also like ridiculously crazy. That we meet David, who got the teaching job in about 2.5 years since for the beginning of this game. And then it kind of doesn't really matter whether you report Nathan or not. The only real thing that reporting Nathan really does is just make Nathan more hostile to you. Like, Nathan's gonna be hostile to Max regardless. But depending on what you're saying about him, he'll be more aggressive, shall we say. So in any event, we go outside, and pretty much we just walk. You just walk around here and pretty much talk to the different students. And is there anything important that Hayden even says here? Oh, okay. Okay, it's just pretty much all the Rachel information that you're getting from some of these students.
So you knew Rachel Amber.
I knew she liked to party. Fun to be around. Oh, yeah, and she was hot.
Rachel was actually a member of the Vortex Club?
No. Rachel was like her own club. She was actually too cool for us. And I'll deny I ever said that.
Did Victoria like Rachel? She seems like the jealous type.
I don't think you know Victoria so well.
Jealous is an
She
understatement.
respected Rachel, even if she didn't act like it.
I don't know about that, son.
If you saw before the storm streams,
Do you really want
So the only important information that you get from some of these students is just some information about Rachel. as I said, whether you trust any of the information they say about Rachel is entirely up to you. Like I don't personally, I don't put any real big stock into a lot of what any of the students here say about Rachel because uh, everyone has a bias. So I'm sure that if you're able to listen in on people that have, for instance, like people that may have met you and you had someone talk to them and ask them like about you, there you're probably gonna get certain like differences and certain like biases about you from those people. So it's pretty much the same thing here with Rachel. So it's a matter of how honest do you think any of these people are really being about what they say about her. But in any event, we do have to. The main objective here is pretty much to meet up with Warren. Because we have to deliver his USB drive that has a bunch of like movies and stuff that ooh, excuse me, that Max borrowed. And then we have Daniel here draw a nice little picture of Max. It's funny how the thing says that Daniel drawing Max will have consequences, and it's like, what real consequences does that really have? Really? I think the only real consequence is just improving your like friendship with Daniel, really. Like there's nothing really extremely like big that is that comes out of that anyway. What was it, Stella? Oh, okay. Like this example. See, like this example from Stella here.
You have a lot to learn here at Blackwell. Rachel Amber absolutely had sex with him. Well, I heard that from a good source. So, you knew Rachel? Not really. I saw her hanging with the other cool kids like Victoria. Not my kind of clique. But I heard insane stories about Rachel. I'd like to study this photo if you don't mind.
Okay.
That's so cool.
See, yet again. Having being told of certain rumors about Rachel may or may not having slept with Mr. Jefferson. Yet again, one of those things where it's like, even Stella says that all she's doing is repeating something she heard from somebody else. So yet again, examples of certain of information that you could take or you can leave. Like, are you going to believe it or are you not? Does this guy say no? This guy says nothing. Oh, okay. Okay, so then we got this information.
Evan's portfolio always looks so These photos are great. And Rachel Amber's face is mesmerizing.
So that was last year. Interesting.
Hi, Evan.
As you can see, Rachel Amber was my favorite model here. She knew exactly what angles worked best with my eye.
You were close.
Like brother and sister in arms, she understood me, never judged me. I hated her Vortex Club clique, but she never acted like she cared. Her friends were her friends.
What do you think happened to her?
Nothing good, Max. Nothing good. Sorry. I have to get back to
See, now that bit of information, what you could kind of take that more genuine from Evan, because from him that sounded like way more sincere. So you can use that information in a more of a confirmation type of way. To get the USB drive that we need for Warren, we have to go to the back to the girls' dorm, specifically to Max's room, and pick up the USB drive. So now we talk to Kate a little bit, try to give her some positive conversation. Because not giving her positive conversation is not gonna bite us in the ass at some point at all. Okay. And then we get some information from Samuel.
You knew Rachel?
How can you know a prism? You just stare in awe. Now I have to go paint windows.
What was she like? She must have been popular.
Even sunlight can cast shadows. Rachel did both at once, you know. She was like a battery, positive and negative.
What do you think happened to her?
Best not to dwell on the past. Samuel looks forward, like a clock.
See you later, Samuel.
And watch your step around here, Max. After I sweep, I paint.
Yes, Samuel can come off very creepy in how he talks. Oh, Okay.
Oh look, it's
Uh-oh.
Max Caulfield, the selfie hoe of Blackwell. What a lame gimmick. Even Mark, Mr. Jefferson, falls for your wave hipster bullshit. The Daguerrean process, sir. You could barely even say that. I guess you got your meds filled. Since you know all the answers, I guess you have to find another way into the dorm. We ain't moving. Oh wait, hold that pose. So original. Don't worry, Max. I'll put a vintage filter on it right before I post it all over social medias. Now, why don't you go fuck your selfie?
Oh yes, Victoria. I'll get your girl ass out of my way.
Come on, we all have to reference the go fuck your selfie moment. But now we pretty much have to get them to move, which spraying them with water is the first part, but you still have to get them out the way regardless. So in any event, you have to get the paint to fall on them. And then there you go. You get the paint falling on Victoria, which makes Courtney and Taylor leave to go get something for Victoria to clean herself. And then we get this conversation with Victoria that can go one or two ways. Whether you're going to play Max as being more nice and compassionate, or you can play Max like a bitch if you want. But obviously Max's true character is more, compassionate. So that's usually how we play her.
Hey, Victoria.
What do you want, Max?
We'll go with the nicer option.
I am sorry. That's an awesome cashmere coat.
Don't worry, after all the
It was.
trials and
But
tribulations,
there'll be another.
it'll be worth
Well,
it in the
you
end.
always seem to know how to pick the right outfits.
I do have some talent. Mr. Jefferson told me.
I've seen your pictures. You have a great eye. Richard Avedon-esque.
He's one of my heroes. Thanks, Max. I hope those sluts get me a towel before they hang a sign on me. You deserve a better shot. Sorry about blocking you and the go fuck your selfie.
That was mean, but pretty funny.
Just one of those days, you know?
I know exactly what you mean, Victoria. I'll see you later.
Au revoir.
See, it actually doesn't take much to immediately get a little bit into Victoria's nicer side. Which if you notice, it only happens when Victoria is by herself, usually. Because usually when she's with other people around, she's usually putting up a front. Like she's putting on like a performance, she has her mask on, so she shows herself differently in front of other people instead of when she's like by herself. So oh yeah, we actually missed them. But if you hear yeah, if you read the subtitles, you can hear Courtney and Taylor running uh outside to go to Victoria. Um I didn't show it here, but you can actually like move the camera and you'll actually see them running down the hall and running out the door. So you can actually see them doing all that. In any oh wait. Yeah, see there you go. I don't you probably can't see it, but here's the butterfly photo, right? Cuz Max put it in her journal, like with the journal entry referring to it. And if you see in the bucket, here's Max's reflection right here. Because you see Max here, and she has the camera, in her hands, and she's taking the photo here. So you see her reflection in the bucket, which is obviously heavily important for the end of the original game. So yet again, another example of where Max's powers uh, develop and go as the game goes on. So very important thing to notice. So we just do a lot of looking around. Like if you notice, a bunch of the stuff in this first episode here is a bunch of looking around. That is primarily what I'm doing. If you know, is just looking around at everything. We'll look at a nice picture of Max and Chloe that Max has. Also, we saw this picture in the farewell DLC. I believe this picture was hanging on a wall in Chloe's house. So clearly, before Max moved away, she had she was given the photo and a picture of Max and her father, which yet again her parents mean absolutely nothing in this game or any of the games. Like even Double Exposure, Max's parents mean absolutely fuck all. Did we get the thing already? Oh no, this is where we go into Victoria's room. Right? Because somebody took Warren's USB, and it turns out to be what was it, Dana? Except Dana's locked in her room because Juliet here locked her in the room because Victoria was spreading rumors that there was like cheating and stuff going on between Juliet's boyfriend and Dana. So you know, starting some catty drama and shit. That's pretty much how that goes. So pretty much Max has to find out the real truth. So to find out the real truth, we have to go into Victoria's room and find evidence that Victoria was pretty much like causing drama. And clearly this says nothing about how Victoria feels about Rachel. Like, she specifically has her missing poster in her room just so she could deface it and write "nobody cares," like, well, write "who cares," and write "bitch" on it and cross out her eyes. Like, yeah. Tell us how you really feel, right? Oh, wait. Oh. And then you got this little funny reference here.
Tasty plasma. Maybe I could sneak in and watch Final Fantasy Spirits Within. I don't care what anybody says. That's one of the best sci-fi films ever made.
Funny part about
The quick little funny thing about the Final Fantasy Spirits Within line was a lot of fans originally thought that that Square Enix was the one that had Dontnod put that line in the game, but in actuality, Dontnod, the developers actually did like the Final Fantasy Spirits Within movie. Like some of the developers actually liked the movie, so they put the line in there as a reference to it. And then when the Square Enix executives, saw like this section of the game and heard the line, the Square Enix executives were actually thinking about telling Dontnod to take out the Final Fantasy reference, to take out the line, that movie line, to take it out, because Square Enix felt it was a little bit too much how do you say it? Too much of it felt like a suck up line. Like Dontnod was like sucking up to Square Enix, pretty much. And Square Enix was like, yeah, I think that's a little too much. Like, we might want to consider taking the line out. But Dontnod was able to, like, tell them, why they put it in the game and all that stuff. And Square Enix wound up being like, okay, if that's how you feel, you can leave it in. So it's kind of funny that Square Enix didn't want the line in because it felt too much like you were sucking up to them, type of thing. and the fact that Final Fantasy Spirits Within was a pretty expensive movie that Square Enix lost a lot of money on because it like flopped pretty well in movie theaters. So their return on investment for that movie was not the best. So it's also a matter of you're reminding Square Enix of a pretty embarrassing like business decision that they made. So that's most likely another reason why they probably wanted to take the line out of the game, because it's like this is something we rather forget and not be reminded of. But in any case, you find the email that proves that Victoria started the drama. You give it to Juliet, and Juliet and Dana pretty much bury the hatchet and everything. And then now you can get the USB from Dana. And now you can finally go and return it to Warren now. Also, if you notice, the lighting in this room is extremely bright. Like, way brighter than it's supposed to be. We do it, and so in any event, also here you also can find Dana's pregnancy test. So you could pretty much like talk to her about. See, you got the pregnancy test there. Obviously she gets mad because you're touching the pregnancy test, but you can use the rewind powers and make it seem like you already know. So you could avoid that whole awkward touching of the test. So in any event, you talk to her about it. That's also a recurring thing that Max can talk about with Dana, is the whole baby issue thing that she has, what she winds up doing about it, and the whole baby daddy problem too. So it's a little bit of a little thing. Oh, and also this is the first saving Alyssa from getting hit by something moment. So in any case, we rewind and then we let her know, and she avoids getting hit with the football. So yay. And finally we can go, oh, no. Nope, we got this moment here.
Associates with.
We got this moment here with David confronting Kate, which this is also a big moment of what you're going to do here. Also, this moment is also a pretty bad decision from a gameplay perspective, because if we're going by the logic of the mechanics of the game that we've been using up until this point, right? Then technically Max actually can do both of these things. She can actually do both. Like, if we're being like 100% serious, she could do both. She could literally take the photo, rewind, and then intervene. Because if you've been keeping up and you've been paying attention, if Max has an item, if she has an item on her and she rewinds, she will keep that item on her. Case in point, when you're trying to save Chloe from getting shot by Nathan, if you grab the hammer and then you rewind, then Max still has the hammer. You do not have to find the hammer again once you have it. So the same thing should technically be true here, is Max should be able to take a photo, keep the photo, and then rewind and intervene in this confrontation that David is having with Kate here. So she should be able to do both within the logic and context of the game itself, but the game does not let you do both. It forces you to do one or the other. So it's one of those instances in the game where, unfortunately, the game kind of breaks its own logic that it's been setting up so far, unfortunately. The game tends to do that at certain in certain moments. It doesn't do it a lot, but there are certain moments that do stick out where it's like, you're kind of breaking your own rules that you've been setting up, type of thing. So, like for instance, the whole rewinding thing in the bathroom, once Chloe gets shot and then she rewinds for the first time, and then Max winds up in the back at the classroom. Within the logic of the game, that shouldn't be a thing, and it's the only time that happens, because every time Max rewinds, she is in the same exact spot that she's rewinding from. So she shouldn't be able to rewind and teleport herself to the spot she was in when you stop rewinding. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. And that's the only time in the game where that happens. So yet again, the game kind of bends and breaks its own rules at times. But yeah. But hey, I'm being totally fair, because as much as I love the original game, it would be very unfair if I didn't point out the flaws that the game does have. So, but in any case, what we wind up doing here is intervening.
Excuse me, you shouldn't be yelling at students or bullying them.
Hey, nobody is bullying anybody. I'm doing my job.
No, you're not.
You're part of the problem, Missy. I will remember this conversation.
Oh, Max, that was great. I think you scared him for once. I have to go, but thank you. It means a lot.
Anytime, Kate.
There you go.
And that is very important for later. But yeah, that would hurt your standing with David as the game goes on, but it's like Kate is worth the hassle, okay? She's worth the consequences of what of David. So that is pretty much a no-brainer. Also, look at this familiar truck. I wonder whose truck this belongs to. Does it say? Can we read it? No. Oh, we could kind of make it out. Whose Twin Peaks truck does this belong to? But in any case, we comfort Juliet a little bit here. So that helps improve that relationship. And also, we got Frank's RV. And then, yay, look, a grown-up Pompidou. I like how Max calls Pompidou Cujo. If Pompidou turned into Cujo, I don't think Pompidou would be as popular as he is, by the way.
Here's your flash. Thanks.
No problem. How are you?
Oh, did you notice this?
Can I buy a used car?
What up, Max? How are you?
Here's your flash. Thanks.
No problem.
You notice that? He went in, Warren went in for the hug, and Max literally shut him down by just immediately being like, here's your flash drive, by the way. Warren immediately gets shut down. And then we just have a quick little conversation with Warren here, talking about like the different movies and stuff that was on his flash drive. If Max like saw them, what she think of them, and stuff. And also the little bit of events that happened, talking about the portrait that Daniel made, the drawing that Daniel made for Max, and the whole Victoria thing with the whole paint getting splashed on her and all that stuff. And then now, Max is gonna try to confide in Warren in her experiences that she's having, like the weird tornado dream, and potentially her time manipulation powers.
Have you ever had a dream so real it was like a movie?
Max Caulfield, right? You're one of the Jefferson's photo groupies?
I'm one of his students.
What the fuck ever. I know you like to take pictures, especially when you're hiding out in the bathrooms. You best tell me what you told the principal now.
I told him the truth. A student had a gun.
No, you told him I had a gun. That's why he dragged me into his office.
And did what? Give you a stern lecture?
Nobody lectures me. Everyone tries, though. They try.
You should talk to somebody, Nathan.
Do not analyze me. I pay people for that. Worry about yourself, Max Caulfield.
Take a step back, Nathan Prescott.
Oh man, you're telling me what to do? Get away from her, dude!
Uh-oh.
Hey, leave him alone.
Nobody tells me what to do. Not my parents, not the principal, or that whore in the bathroom.
Max? Chloe?
No way. You again. Go! Go! I got this!
Get in, Max!
Get your punk asses out of there now! Don't even try to run! Nobody! Nobody!
Meanwhile, David's late ass coming in to act like he's gonna do something.
Plus a really nice close-up of the Twin Peaks license plate, by the way. Yay! And we'll let this nice little reunion moment play out.
Nathan Prescott is messed up and dangerous. This day never ends.
Oh, and thanks, Chloe. After 5 years, you're still Max Caulfield. Don't give me the guilty face. At least pretend you're glad to see me.
Woman of the
I'm
hour, right
seriously
here.
glad to see you. Oh, and thanks, Chloe.
Chloe
It
fucking
makes perfect
Price.
sense I'd see you today.
Yes, it's been that kind of day. So what did that freak want with you?
Hopefully nothing after today.
This was
So,
definitely
how do you know Nathan?
for
He's
me.
just another Arcadia asshole. Your
For
friend went
all
to
the
the
games that I
AW.
played
Warren?
with
Yeah, I owe him big time.
with
Not the only
Ashley
one,
Birch
Beth.
in them,
You're already causing trouble.
I thought it would be
she
quiet.
this
Feels
this
so
is
weird to be
still
back.
So I guess Seattle
Um,
sucked hard?
like the best
I guess. It was cool.
performance that
I
I've
felt
that
kind of
I've heard and
lonely
seen
out
from
of my
her
league.
I
in
would think
a
you fit right in with the art school
in a
hipsters.
video game so
Right.
far.
You look like the cover of hipstergirl.com.
At least you're still a
So-
smartass.
That's why I'm here.
Please, girl. You came back for Blackwell Academy.
Of course, it's one of the best photography programs in the country. And my favorite teacher, Mark Jefferson.
So you came back to Arcadia for a teacher, not your best friend.
Don't you think I'm happy to see you?
No. You were happy to wait 5 years without a call or even a text.
I'm sorry. I know things were tough on you when I left.
How do you know? You weren't even here.
I didn't order my parents to move specifically to fuck you over, Chloe.
You've been at Blackwell for almost a month without letting me know. Enough said.
I just wanted to settle in first and not be such a shy, cliche geek. I totally would have contacted you.
I bet you don't use these sad excuses on Mr. Jefferson. Don't use them on me, Max.
Broken. Man, are you serial?
Wow, haven't heard that one in a while.
Not everything changes. Except my camera has officially taken a shit.
My step douche has a boatload of tools. Maybe you can fix it at my place.
I need very specific tiny tools.
Nerd alert. My stepdad has a fully stocked garage, and he actually is a tiny tool.
Haha!
Welcome home. Max.
Zing! Zinger! Tiny tool.
Pretty overall nice, sweet reintroduction. Well, for Max and Chloe's relationship.
Come on in. Don't be shy.
The house still looks nice.
Home, shit, home.
Let's see. So is Chloe being snappy to Max completely justified? Pretty much, yes.
Tits there. It was like, that couldn't mean anything.
My room looks a bit different than the last time you saw it.
It's cool. At least we can chill out.
This isn't exactly my chill out zone. My step-Fuhrer makes sure of that. Come in and close the door. Put on some music while I medicate.
Cause if you cause if you're paying attention, the fact that Chloe does blatantly say it's been 5 years since you've texted or like called or texted me at all. And on top of the fact that you've already been back in town for like a month and still haven't tried to contact Chloe in any way. So her anger is pretty justified. But to be fair, Chloe also does not let that stop her from being kind and helping Max. Because, one, she rescued her from getting potentially assaulted by Nathan. So she was able to help Max escape from that situation. And she offered to be like, hey, you could come by my place and you could probably get some tools to help you potentially fix your camera. So isn't there a moment here where you can talk to Chloe at a point? Okay, we turned on the thing. Okay, yeah, she could talk to her there. Okay, let's see.
We can actually
So
have
tell
a
me,
preemptive
what does Max Caulfield do for fun now
conversation
that
with
she's a
her
grown-up?
before that.
I don't feel grown up, just more confused as I get older. Especially after today.
Gee, thanks. I was hoping to hear something positive.
About me?
No, about me. Duh. I thought you'd at least be happy taking photos. Forget it.
There we go.
So tell me.
I take photos of me, the world, everything. It may sound sad, but I have a blast.
It doesn't sound that sad.
I'm happiest when I've got a great image in my lens. I'm not lonely, not afraid.
Now that's more inspiring. I don't feel so totally hopeless. It's here, Max. Look a little harder.
Okay.
Hard to believe Chloe was my...
Okay, so that was a pretty quick little exchange there. And then we get to the main event here. The big conversation moment.
Hey, give me that.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be nosy. Obviously, she was a good friend.
Putting it mildly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, friend. That's what they were. Friend.
That's Rachel Amber. Her missing person posters are all over Blackwell.
Yeah, I put them up. She was my angel.
If Before the Storm had anything
After my dad
to
died
say
and
about
we
that,
moved, I felt abandoned.
depending on where you went,
Rachel saved my life.
Friends,
Man,
I
I
think,
had no
was
Well,
a
you
mild
never
way
made
of
much
putting
effort
that.
to find out. I was 14. We were best friends.
I never forgot, even if I was an asshole and didn't keep in touch. But you had Rachel.
Rachel had my back. We were gonna kick the world's ass. You would laugh at how different we were. She wanted to be a star.
She looks like a model.
That was her plan. Our plan. Get the hell out of Bigfootville and into Los Angeles.
So what happened? Did your folks, your mom, try to stop you?
My mom was too busy hooked up with Sergeant Shithead.
I feel the love. Now, when did Rachel actually disappear?
6 months ago. She just left Arcadia. Without a word. Without me.
What about her parents? Are they looking for her?
They're in denial. Max, I know she's missing.
I assume you know more than that.
Before Rachel left, she said she met somebody who changed her life. And poof.
And you haven't heard anything from her since?
Like everybody in my life. My dad, you, and Rachel. Gone. Can you put on some music now?
See, that also puts in a lot of before the music starts. It also plays into Chloe's biggest issue that she deals with, and that is, if it isn't clear enough, because a lot of, especially in this original game, Chloe is a very complex character, and a lot of people tend to misinterpret her character in a lot of ways. Like a lot of people that I've seen really take Chloe only at face value and don't really try to dig deeper into certain subtext and certain visual cues and stuff into things that she does and things that she says. Like, for instance, her talking about people leaving her with referencing her dad, who is dead. So that's pretty much the ultimate way of leaving someone is obviously being dead, because there's no coming back from that. Rachel being gone, Rachel disappearing and not knowing where she is, and Max moving away when she was young, when they were younger. The only difference there is that Max is actually back now, so it's kind of one of those giving them both a second chance type of thing with their like friendship and their relationship and all that stuff. But the main point that it leads to, if you read into what Chloe is saying, is Chloe's abandonment issues. Cause she has ever since William died and the whole Max moving situation, it made Chloe develop paranoia and feelings of abandonment, which is why she tends to not want to get too close to a lot of people. So that's pretty much like a recurring thing, which yet again is one of those things that isn't explicitly stated, but reading into dialogue and things that are going on, you can figure out like certain certain things that certain characters are dealing with, like certain emotional, maybe mental issues and things like that. Like for instance, with Max, one of the things that I've heard from a couple of people with how Max is interpreted by people is, especially for as far as the original game here goes, is that Max is autistic. Like certain people take certain character traits and stuff that Max shows during the course of the original game, and certain people take it as Max having maybe having a little bit of autism in certain regards. Do I personally think she may have that? I don't think so. I think that Max's like quietness and shyness, I think, is kind of getting misinterpreted as autism, because for me, I was pretty similar to how Max is in this game. Like in school when I was younger, I was pretty quiet. I didn't really like talk to a lot of people and things like that. I didn't really do all that. And I was never like diagnosed or anything with like autism or anything like that. So for me, it's just like I said, that Max like has like confidence issues and issues with her own like self-worth and stuff that she has to overcome and like overcome and get past. So that's how I like read it, but I could see how certain people may think of Max being autistic in the original game, but I don't personally see it that way, like see her that way. But yet again, it goes into the whole, people get what different things that people get out of it. Because certain people see it that way. Certain people like me don't really see it that way. But yet again, it's obviously a open to interpretation type of thing. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is this muted? Is it? Oh no, it is not. I thought it was.
Anyway, you can find tools to fix your camera in the garage.
Chloe, are you okay?
Sure, I'm awesome. I just want to blaze and be alone for a moment.
Also, a funny little reference here is the position Chloe is in here, smoking, is also a reference for Deck 9 to use in the first episode of Before the Storm. If you remember when Chloe is laying in bed smoking, she's pretty much in the same position that Chloe is in this scene. So, yet again, some of those little like parallels and stuff between Before the Storm and the original game that really like connects them a lot like stronger. Whose pills are those necessarily? We have no idea. Obviously, Max is kind of assuming that they're Chloe's, but since they're in a drawer in the bathroom, they could technically be anybody's. They could be David's, they could be Joyce's. You never know. But in any case, we just explore around to finally get the at least here she has a picture. Oh no, she has it in the drawer. Okay. I thought she had it like out in plain view. So now we go downstairs. Ooh, and then we get a nice little text from Kate. In this instance, thanking us for intervening with the whole David issue. So we're gonna find the tools. It's just a bunch of farting around. Also, if you've noticed from the this fucking moment here, because this moment of calm moment, this little relaxing moment, this one actually gives you a flashback, like an audio flashback moment, which is pretty much this.
I don't know how
What do you truly want to do when you grow up?
Max,
messed
I'm
up
already
on
grown
that
up.
one.
What about you?
Travel. That would be awesome. Explore the world, go far from here.
Far from me? Thanks a lot, dude.
Dude, you would totally come with me. I need need a bodyguard for our adventures.
I would be like Lara Croft, except real. That would be major.
Totally. We'd have cars and boats and planes all over for instant escape.
Especially back then,
And no adults
when
could tell us what to do.
when Square Enix actually
What would
owned
you do while I was bodyguarding you?
Maybe take pictures
Lara
of our
Croft
adventures.
Tomb Raider at the
I
time.
would love to be a photographer. As if I ever could be.
What are you talking about? Max, you are a photographer. Your pictures could be in a museum. Someday they will. I believe in you.
Oh boy. God, those fucking moments. In any event, we have to do well, we find out that David has some files on Kate that he has hidden here for some reason. I wonder why. And he has video cameras set up in the house. Kind of sneaky. Do we find the... Oh, no, we don't. I don't believe we... Well, we do the puzzle to get the... This little puzzle to get the little tools that we need. We can't unlock the... David's laptop yet. We can later. I believe, episode... I want to say... Episode 3 or 4, I believe, is when we get inside the laptop. But in any case, we find the tools, and now we can just sit by the desk, at the desk, and try to fix the camera, which clearly is not going well.
Oh boy.
So?
I can't fix this thing.
Are these your new photos?
Yeah, I just took them today.
Let me see. Wait, I've seen this before. No way. When did you take this? You took this photo, you brat? In the bathroom today. You set off the alarm. That's why Nathan raged after you. It totally makes sense. You hella saved my life. Now tell me the truth, Max.
I was there, hiding in the corner.
Damn, you are a ninja.
A ninja would have cut Nathan's head off. I just took a butterfly photo.
That is so badass.
Oh yeah, I almost wet myself when I saw the gun.
Max wasn't a quiet ninja though. That's the important part.
I know I look a lot different.
I was scared too. I couldn't see straight.
I don't blame you, Max.
Like you said, it's been that kind of day.
So you must have overheard our conversation.
Just a bit.
There is no way you didn't hear every single vowel.
Okay, I only heard something about money, drugs, but that's it.
Now for the big question. Did you tell anybody?
Absolutely. Nathan Prescott had a fucking gun on me.
Gutless prick. That was scary. Who did you tell?
The principal. But he didn't seem to believe me.
The principal? Are you still 12? That drunk jackass only cares about cash for Blackwell Academy. Don't trust him.
I didn't mention you at all. Swear.
Thank God. I'll tell you more someday. And I seriously owe you, Max. I know it was your birthday last month. This was my real father's camera. I want you to have it.
That's so cool you remembered my birthday. But I can't take this.
Of course you can. My dad would be pissed if I never used it, and now I know it'll be used awesomely. And I'll snag this picture as a symbol of our reunion. Cool?
Yes, of course it's cool. Thank you. This camera is so sweet.
Now that we got that mushy shit out of the way, I feel like stage diving. Let's thrash this place.
You're crazy.
Yep, I'm fucking insane in the brain. Let's dance. Shake that bony white ass. Or take my picture with your new camera.
So, yet again, Chloe's her being mad at Max clearly is not as pronounced as a lot of people seem to interpret Chloe's behavior, because a lot of people tend to think that Chloe is entirely mean to Max pretty much during the course of the whole game, which is obviously false, because if you're even paying attention to what's going on here, the only part of so far where Chloe was like mean to Max was pretty much when they were in the truck talking, and Chloe telling, Max about like you didn't text or call in 5 years. You've been chilling at Blackwell for like a month and you never like tried to get in contact with me. That's pretty much like the meanest Chloe has been to Max so far. So far she's been more kind than anything else. Yo, Try, how's it going? As I said, Chloe's been way more kind to Max than she's been mean. So I personally don't know where a lot of people come from where they see Chloe as this just bully, this bully type of person to Max for the whole game. Like I don't like what I have no idea where that comes from. Even when I originally played this game from the very first playthrough, I never got that impression from Chloe at all. Which, yet again, it goes back to what I said earlier, where it just seems like a lot of people just take a lot of what Chloe does and says at face value and they don't try to dig deeper into what is being done and what is being said. Because so far, down the list of things that positive things that Chloe has been doing with Max so far, she's helped her out of the situation with Nathan. brought her back to her place so she can try to fix her broken camera. Tries to get tries to get to know Max a little bit more in what she's been doing since she's been gone. So she's showing an interest in what Max has been doing, like trying to find out information. She's also given Max information on the whole Rachel being missing thing. And what we just saw with Chloe giving Max William's camera, which is also Chloe remembering Max's birthday. So she's giving her a belated birthday gift, even though she really doesn't have to, like at all. Like there's no provocation for Chloe to even give Max anything, especially considering how Max initially treated her with the whole ghosting thing and all that stuff. So from where I stand, I think Chloe is being pretty nice and genuine and generous to someone who you thought you were very close to and grew up with, and then just ghosts you for like no reason. Like they don't give you a reason at all in why they're not talking to you anymore or anything like that. Like they just completely stop. So I don't know about you, but if somebody treated me like that, I don't know if I would be as quick to try to forgive as much as Chloe is doing right now with Max here. But apparently Chloe is a bully, and that's all she is apparently.
This day couldn't get any stranger.
She said any stranger. Aha.
And yet again, not one of the photos for the collectibles.
This song fucking rules. Can't dance, hippie? Come on. Rock out, girl. Yes, break it down, Max.
Yo, turn it off. Turn it off.
Dude, the music's not even on. Asshole. Oh, no fucking way. You need to hide now. My stepdad will kill me if he finds you here.
Chloe, what's going on? Open this door, please.
Chill, I'm changing. Is that okay? Max, find a place to hide now.
Chloe,
I'm
what are you
coming.
doing?
So pretty much you have like this tiny little mini game to try to get into the closet before David gets into Chloe's room. So in any event, there you go. You get inside the closet. I'm pretty sure there's no hidden meaning here with Max going into the closet and coming out of the closet. I'm pretty sure there's no hidden meaning there at all.
What's going on in here?
Jesus, I'm just trying on clothes. You're so friggin' paranoid.
Yeah, calm down. We'll do that to you. One of my guns is missing. Did you take it?
Oh, God, I didn't take your stupid gun. You do know I believe in gun control?
Wait, is that grass? You been toking up again in here?
Oh, yeah, guns, weed. You were tripping balls.
I'm sick of your disrespect. Tell me the truth. That's an order. Whose is it?
Now we're gonna try to go for.
So clearly, excuse me. Clearly, we're gonna step in because that's the best option. Really, is to step in this situation.
Sorry,
That.
that was my joint.
Well, well. I don't like strangers in my home, especially dopers. So you're bringing drugs into my home. How about if I call the police? That'd screw up your spotless Blackwell record. You do seem to get around, Max. I'm sick of you losers dragging Chloe down. Missy, you sure do like to pop up and start trouble. Like this afternoon. You don't have anything smart to say now, do
Get
you?
the hell away from
Huh?
her, man. Stop harassing my friends.
You don't have any friends.
Like you know. You're not even a real cop. You're a fucking security guard.
I was a soldier, Chloe. And Max, if I see you here again, you'll learn all about real trouble.
Because you're such a badass, Max, let me show you my new toy. I'm Price. Chloe Price. Bang!
Jesus, put that thing down.
Chillax, sister. It's not even loaded. Yet.
Don't ever play with guns, people.
Yes, I believe I should control
Not-
the gun. It's the men who need to be checked.
Usually never
David?
ends well.
Thanks for taking the heat. We totally smacked his punk ass down, Max. He's no match for you and me now. That was an epic win. Anyway, let's sneak out the window. There is one cool place we can hang in this hick hole.
Man, that did not go well for me. If I want to keep my Blackwell scholarship, I shouldn't lie for anybody, even Chloe. I have to think about my own future.
No, we're good. We're
Hard to
good.
believe
I'm
Chloe was my BFF just 5 years ago.
I'm good with that decision.
You're giving me a look I haven't seen for a while. What's the problem?
Why steal a gun from your stepdad? You know you're gonna get busted.
Or somebody like Nathan will bust me with a cap. Screw that. I need to cover my own back.
Your stepdad won't let you off the hook that easy.
What the hell does he need another gun for? To mow down Bigfoot cheerleaders?
This is all just so scary.
I know, Max. But I do feel safer having a 9mm in my pants.
Can you actually use it?
After about 100 online videos? Hell yeah.
Just don't keep it in your pants, okay?
Max, I'm not looking for trouble. I just want protection. If anybody in this country should have guns, it should be women.
Okay.
If you open the window, we can both get the hell out of here.
Okay, quick little aside. If you stay hidden in the closet, then David will, obviously correctly have Chloe be the, like, oh, this is your weed, you're doing all this stuff. And then eventually it'll lead to a very heated argument, which accelerates into David pretty much backhanding Chloe across her face, which is not good. Also, David doesn't apologize or anything really afterwards. He pretty much, he does seem like he is kind of taken aback by the fact that he smacked her. But he does excuse himself pretty much like after, and that's pretty much it. But the main issue there is, one, obviously, violence. Him hitting, David hitting Chloe is not great. He shouldn't be resorting to violence as a disciplinary tactic. That is not a great way a good way of handling for discipline. He is Chloe's stepdad. The key word there is stepdad. He is not Chloe's actual father. He is not in the position to lay a hand on Chloe at all. Because no matter what, that is not your child, like, at all. And it doesn't matter what Joyce says, whether Joyce gives him permission or not to do anything. He should be self-aware enough and know his place enough to be that I should not, lay a hand on Chloe at all. So that's a big thing there. And then also, this is technically the wrap up for the first episode already. The famous lighthouse.
Isn't this awesome, Sus? Totally reminds me of when we were kids. Come on, Slowpoke. Hold on.
And now we can get the last two.
So Max pretty much being like, okay, I recognize this path. This is the path from my nightmare from the beginning of the game. From the, well, she says dream, but I would kind of categorize it as a nightmare, considering you're dreaming of this gigantic tornado that is going to steamroll the town. Sounds like a nightmare to me and not just a regular dream. Hold on a minute. I will be right back. All right, I am back. So in any event, we got a nice text message from Warren here, sporting a nice picture of his fucking black eye that Nathan gave him. Hey, he's a trooper. He gets points for that. Not enough points for him to get himself in potential relationship status, but hey, he gets some points. Also, hold on. Nope, unfortunately, it doesn't really. Because this is supposed to be a map of Blackwell, a map of Arcadia Bay, and where some of the more important landmarks are. I was just trying to see if I could make out some of the landmarks that it has numbered here. Because the numbers don't say anything. Like it's just like a black line across each number. So, yeah. Not very helpful, though, this map. like at all. All right. So now we have the ending conversation for episode 1.
You sure you don't want to be
Go.
alone? Have a seat, Pete. You're in a good mood.
Seeing my step dork get played makes me happy.
I'm not as brave as you. And David is indeed a step douche.
I'm sorry you had to experience it firsthand.
You have to live with him. Has he always been this way?
Ever since my desperate mom dragged his ass to our home, I never trusted David.
He freaked out on poor Kate Marsh today.
I know her. She's cool. Only that prick would bully her.
He has some kind of weird agenda.
He has a lot of secret files. Rambo still thinks he's gathering enemy intelligence. Did you take a peek?
Well, yeah, I couldn't help it.
Never change. What did you find?
Creepy photos of Kate Marsh, other Blackwell students.
This dude takes his job too seriously. He still thinks he's in war or something. He's a total surveillance fetish. Where are there spy cams in the house?
I knew you didn't know. Chloe, your house is under surveillance.
What are you talking about?
There are cameras all over the house. I saw it on a monitor in the garage.
I knew it. He's so hella fucking paranoid. I'll keep this a secret for now.
Hey, hello again.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
No wonder I'm so miserable. Everybody in this town knows everybody's secrets.
What's Nathan's secret?
He's an elite asshole who sells bad shit cut with laxative. And he dosed me with some drug in his room.
What?
I met him in some shithole bar that didn't card me. He was too rich for the place and too wasted, and he kept flashing pills.
Just tell me what happened, Chloe. Now.
I was an idiot. I thought he was so blazed it would be an easy score.
You needed money that bad?
Actually, yes. I owe big time. And I thought I'd have enough for me and Rachel if she showed up.
So, what about you and Nathan?
We went to his room at Blackwell. We drank, and I laughed at his rich kid bullshit. He was one step ahead and put something in my beer.
God, Chloe. I can't believe this. I mean, I do. Then what?
I know I passed out on the floor. I woke up and that perv was smiling, crawling towards me with a camera.
Go on.
Everything was a blur. I tried to kick him in the balls and broke a lamp. Nathan freaked, so I managed to bum rush the door and get the hell out. Max, it was insane.
Chloe, that is so fucked up. What did you do then?
I figured I would make him pay me to keep quiet. So we met in the bathroom.
And he brought a gun.
That was Nathan's last mistake.
He's still dangerous, Chloe. Not just to you.
Oh, good thing you notified the principal. I feel safer already.
I won't always be there to save you.
You were here today, Max. You saved me. I'm still tripping on that. Seeing you after all these years feels like
Destiny.
If this is destiny, I hope we can find Rachel. I miss her, Max. This shit pit has taken away everyone I've ever loved. I'd like to drop a bomb on Arcadia Bay and turn it to fucking glass.
Mm-mm.
The Destiny line. Hint, hint. Hint, hint, huh? There's no hidden meaning in Max referring to them meeting up again as Destiny.
Oh no! Not again! Why is this happening to me? Why am I here again?
Hi. It goes
Aha, spirit though. Okay, so in any event, we have a tiny little puzzle to get back to the top of where the, well, follow the dough. You have to follow the spirit dough over here. And get back to the bench of where Chloe and Max was. And then we grab this newspaper and we pretty much close out the episode here. Let's see if this part is even muted, because the song is gonna come in, and I wonder if this part got muted.
October 11th? Is this Friday? That's only 4 days away.
Hey, October 11th, my birthday. This guy.
Rita was headed straight for the town. Chloe, you're here. I'm back. Oh my lord, this is real. It's real. Oh man, this sucks. Max, what's going on? You totally blacked out. I didn't black out. I had another vision. The town is going to get wiped out by a tornado. Oregon gets about 5 tornadoes every 20 years. You just don't. No, I saw it. I could actually feel the electricity in the air. Come on, take a breath, okay? Chloe, I'm not crazy. But there's something else I have to tell you. Something hardcore. Talk to me, Max. I had the same vision earlier in class. When I came out of it, I discovered I could reverse time. Like I said, not crazy. But I, right? Listen to me. How do you think I saved you in the bathroom? By reversing time? Yeah, sure. I saw you get shot, Chloe. Saw you actually die. I was able to go back and hit the fire alarm. Okay, I see you're a geek now with a great imagination, but this isn't anime or a video game. People don't have those powers, Max. I don't know what I have, but I have it. And I'm scared shitless. You need to get high. It's been a hell insane fucking day. What the hell is this? Snowflakes? It's like 80 degrees. How? Climate change. Or a storm is coming. Max, start from the beginning. Tell me everything.
Younger people.
Okay. So after that, oof. That fucking song, man. Ooh, gets me every time. Um, so now we got the setup there. Also, the little comment from Chloe saying that she met Nathan at a bar can be taken either literally or can be taken a different way, because that's one of the debated things with Before the Storm was people had continuity, like argue continuity when it comes to Before the Storm, because there's a lot of perceived inconsistencies when it comes to continuity. Like for instance, the Nathan and Chloe meeting. A lot of people take Chloe saying that she met Nathan at the bar here as confirmation that Chloe originally met Nathan at the bar. Like that was the first time that Chloe met Nathan. To be fair though, the original game here does not specify that is specifically the case. It's vague enough that you can interpret that Chloe may have known Nathan even before that. Like Before the Storm implies, because Chloe and Nathan had a couple of interactions in Before the Storm, so clearly Before the Storm shows that they knew each other prior to the original game. So how Deck 9 chose to interpret what Chloe said here was that all Chloe is doing is explaining that I met Nathan at the bar, meaning in the sense of I was gonna meet up with someone at the bar. I met Bob at the bar. In that sense, as an example. So that doesn't necessarily mean that I first met Bob at the bar. I may have known Bob before meeting up with him at the bar. So that's how Deck 9 chose to interpret that. So it's not that instance is not a 100% continuity problem. I could see how Deck 9 interpreted that. and there's nothing in the original game that blatantly contradicts it. So it's one of those things where it's like open to interpretation. Like you could take it as Chloe met Nathan for the first time in the bar or not. That's kind of up to you. But it's not like Chloe blatantly said, I met Nathan for the first time at this bar. Like, that would be one thing. But she's vague enough that it's, that you could take it different ways instead of taking it like blatantly like literal. But in any case, since we're making some good time, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into episode 2. And we're going to run through episode 2 real quick. Mainly because I believe we can kind of get through episode 2 pretty quickly for the most part, I believe. So we can kind of speed run a little bit of this overall character discussion, character breakdowns here. Oh yay, the game glitched out here, if you noticed. Because you have a black screen here, and then you have the words for the prompt, and the words are all like fucked up here. Look at that. The words are like having a seizure on screen. I know there's music here. Did they, was it muted? Was this part muted?
What is going on? There you go, Max. You took a minute to turn the alarm off.
Oh no, it's not muted. Okay.
Here we go with the awesome vibes. Out of time.
I definitely love the little, like, that nice music in the background, bringing everything, the vibes and everything going on. And then now Max waking up, and then now we have to, and then we have oh, okay. Okay, so we are going to go all the way up on the text messages here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so see, there are some text messages um, that do appear from certain characters to Max in between episodes. So if you do want, you can actually check certain text messages at the very beginning of each episode, and you may actually discover some hidden text messages from certain characters. Like, for instance, Chloe here is, you see that there's a long text chain that Chloe and Max was having in between the end of episode 1 and the beginning of episode 2 here. So, like Chloe saying here, you there, hippie? What about the fucking snow? What about your new power? Or have you gone back in time and figured it out? And Max, I can't go back that far, smartass. And I need your help. Like when you told Step Dork it was your weed. But for reals, we need to talk. Or eat at the ass buster eat an ass buster breakfast at Two Whales, my treat. And look at that. Chloe is gonna pay for our dinner. Look at that. Well, our breakfast, I mean. It's paying for food. Sold. It's good to have minions. Gotta bail, master. Breakfast is a go. And then we got okay, so they finished up that conversation around 12:01 in the morning. Okay. And then Chloe immediately, and then this is the new text chain where Chloe texts us as soon as we get up out of bed. You there, Mad Max? Like I said, always for you. Uh-oh. With a bunch of smiley faces. And then Chloe telling her no emoji. And then telling Max not be late. To be late, not to be late at the Two Whales for the food. And I'm kind of going a little too fast here. Oh, and this is a little recurring thing that Max and Chloe does in text messages. And that is that Max has a habit of putting emojis in her text messages, right? And Chloe doesn't necessarily like it. So she like every time Max gives an emoji, she kind of tells Max, please, no emojis. Which Max kind of complies with, but then at the very end, she sneaks in a smiling emoji at the end, and then that's why Chloe responds with, "You are evil." So there's that fun little. It's a little quirky exchange that Chloe and Max has throughout the game if you're reading the text messages. Like, it's a little nitpick thing that Chloe doesn't like, and then Max just teases her with in the text messages. So it's kind of a little quirky little thing. that they do. Which double exposure did they did make a reference to Chloe not liking like emojis and stuff in text messages. Because they did refer to it like once in double exposure, I believe. If you read Max and Chloe's like text exchange in double exposure, I believe there is a Chloe being like no emojis please type of thing. So yet again, it's one of those things that you don't know, that you wouldn't know if you're not reading the text messages, like if you're not paying attention to them. So in this instance, Max has to get up and go take a shower. And then we save Alyssa again. So yay. And then now we're talking about Kate's video that everyone's talking about, where she's apparently wasted, like drunk, and making out with a bunch of guys at a party. So pretty much we do some farting around here. We get a few updated stuff with Dana here, which she seems pretty happy. And also thanking us for having a conversation with her, which is pretty nice. So we get a little more friendly with Dana, and then we kind of help inadvertently help out Kate a little bit there, because we wiped off a nasty message that somebody wrote on Kate's whiteboard in front of her room. So we wipe that off, so that way Kate doesn't see it and get more depressed. So now we have this little conversation with Kate.
I'm here. Thanks again for standing up for me yesterday. I needed that.
Anytime. That guy has issues.
Doesn't everybody here? By the way, Max, do you still have my copy of The October Country?
Oh, yes, of course. It's great so far. I didn't realize Bradbury was such a poet.
Can you please bring it back to my room this morning? I just need to take some notes for class.
Absolutely. I'll bring it by later.
All right. So we got.
I'm not that surprised. I'm not that surprised, Bao. Technically for me, it's like it's about to be 1 o'clock in the morning, so.
Over here.
What's up, Kate?
School.
That's it? That video of you clubbing didn't look like homework.
Victoria, that wasn't me.
Oh my god, right.
Don't be shy. I think it's awesome you set a tongue record on video.
You're going to be sorry someday.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm sorry you're a viral slut. I'm sure she had fun.
Looks like it.
I know Nathan hooked her up. And you know he has the good shit.
Preach it, sister.
Yup, I still have goddamn paint all over my face. Good thing my faithful minions took their sweet time bringing me a towel.
We ran all the way.
Give it a rest, Taylor. Now I know if I'm in an accident, I won't rely on you or Courtney for help. You can hang out with Kate. Or Max.
She's a weirdo with that dumb camera.
I hate that I'm so quirky crap. Anyway, let's leave the link to Kate's video so everybody gets a chance to see her in action.
You're such an evil biatch. I love it.
So, don't worry about. I'm gonna get I'll get some sleep pretty soon after this stream. I'm pretty much gonna get ready for bed after this anyway. Cause I'm pretty we're most likely just gonna end the stream once we're done with this episode. So in any case, we're going to help out Kate by erasing that link that Victoria wrote. And then finally, we got Nathan, who broke into my room here and wrote on the wall and left me this disturbing picture here. Nice. So yeah, I told you that he'll be way more aggressive if you're like telling on him, like with the whole gun situation and all that stuff. So that's one of the consequences, is he will like break into the room and he'll like write these threatening messages and give you threatening pictures and stuff. So in any case, we find the book for Kate, and then now we change, and then now we have to go to Kate and bring the book to her. And we get a threatening message from Nathan. Like, yes, it's a private number, but we can pretty much figure out from the threatening statements in that text message. It's pretty obvious that's Nathan talking to you. So now it's pretty important that you kind of look around and try to find out certain information and certain clues in regard to Kate here. Because it's going to come into play pretty big time later. Oh wait, was that? Yeah, that is Kate's family. So we got her dad, her two sisters, and apparently her mom. It's kind of amazing how her mom looks extremely young in this picture. Like, if I didn't know any better, her mom kind of looks like these four are supposed to be a bunch of sisters. So, yay. I don't I don't know whether to have a yay or not. Oh, and if you turn the brightness up in the room, you'll be able to notice that there is a liquor bottle hidden in the corner of the room here next to the dresser. Pretty much implying, pretty much telling you that Kate has also been drinking to her depression that she's been having. So, not necessarily the most healthiest of drinking habits. So, okay, so we find out some pretty important information here. So, oops, that is not what I wanted.
Me yesterday?
There we go.
I hate bullies. David Madsen should know better.
I was hoping he would. But it's nice to see that you care about me.
Kate, I actually do care. So, what's the story with you and David?
Well, he's a total paranoid ass. He thinks I'm part of the Vortex Club. Yeah, right.
Why does he think that?
Because he saw the video. You know how humiliating this is for me?
I know this sucks, Kate, but tell me about the video and maybe I can help.
Basically, I went to one Vortex Club party and ended up making out with a bunch of people. And I have no memory of it.
It doesn't sound like you. I can't see you partying with Victoria.
I didn't.
You have to tell me more than that. What happened at the party? Did you drink?
I swear to God, I had one sip of red wine, and then I drank one.
Not enough to get wasted, is it?
I don't get wasted. Ever. I take a sip at church, and I don't end up on a viral video, okay?
Did somebody drug you?
I remember getting sick and dizzy.
Go on.
Then Nathan Prescott said he would take me to the hospital.
Nathan Prescott? Oh, shit.
He was being nice for a change when he offered to help me.
He's the opposite of nice. What next?
All I recall is driving for a long time. Then I woke up in a room. I thought it was a hospital because it was so white and bright.
Go on. I'm listening.
Somebody was talking to me in a soft voice. I thought it was a doctor until I heard Nathan and felt a sharp sting in my neck. And that's all I remember. I don't know what happened. I woke up outside my dorm room the next day. I didn't have any marks or bruises, but I felt gross.
So, who took the video of you at the party?
I have no idea. Probably Victoria. She was there being her mean self.
Jesus, Kate. I'm sorry. This is serious shit.
How do I get a viral video taken down? I know it's already spreading. What if my church sees that? I need to know what to do.
Kate, we'll figure it out. I'll check back later, okay?
Thanks, Max. You can put my book here near my bag.
Okay, so in any event, find out a bunch of information there with Nathan, and then Kate pretty much asks you, does she go to the police or not? Technically, the more reasonable answer would be waiting for proof, but the answer that actually helps you later would be the going to the police option. So there's that. But either way, Max technically does tell her to go to the police, but also in the same breath kind of tells her that we're gonna investigate and stuff. And then Chloe texting, Max, food, 2 whales, see you there. Don't hurt your fingers texting, yay, breakfast, emoji, no emoji. See? See, I told you the no emoji thing would be a recurring little thing. And then we just fuck around a little bit, technically. And then we get some information where Samuel may be a cross-dresser. And then we get let me see, does he give us important Rachel information?
Sorry to pry, Samuel, but why are there photos of Rachel Amber in your shed? I'm curious about her.
Sorry to pry, she says, while prying. Now everybody wants to know about her.
So did you know her?
Like I told the police. She was a good egg. And she gave me those photos.
Oh, you talked to the police? Rachel wanted to be a model.
Yeah. She gave out headshots like squirrels chasing food. Keep on prying, Max. Sounds like you have a lot of time on your hands.
I so don't want to get in the way of your morning ritual. See you later.
Of course you.
See? Yet again. One of those things of like, did she give out headshots or did he get those a different way? See? Yet again, you can't really take what's being said at face value. And then more threatening messages from Nathan. And then a little touching base here with Warren. And we end up leaving, getting on the bus, and going to the diner. And now we just fart around at the diner outside the diner. And then Chloe is running late. Conveniently, Chloe is running late. Because, the game wants to give you time to explore around the place if you want to. So we pretty much just fart around for a while, talk to all these random NPCs, which aren't really important, but Oh, this little thing of information. Because the homeless lady talks about Rachel a little bit here.
Around a lot. Do you know anything about Rachel Amber? That missing girl?
I know she's missing. And I know she hung out here a bit. Sometimes I'd see her walking, all by herself, deep in thought. Too damn young and pretty to look so worried.
Did you talk to her?
Once or twice she'd talk to me about trouble in school, wanting to be some model in California. She was always distant, but nice. I pray the poor thing is all right. But you can't save everybody.
That's not foreshadowing anything, aren't we? So finally, after farting around for like a while, we finally go into the diner and talk to a bunch of other NPCs and a very fuzzy news broadcast. Hey, look! On the mirror, it says, "Fire walk with me." I wonder what that's a reference to. That couldn't be a reference to anything on that on the mirror. Fire walk with me doesn't ring a bell. I don't possibly know what that means. Wait. Oh, what are the choices? Oh, talk about Joyce, Chloe, David. Excuse me. Then we got these two over here, and then none of them really give any information. It's like, what the fuck are these guys here? And then we got the little jukebox. Change up some music. And then we finally sit down, and finally Joyce comes over.
There she is. Lovely young woman. How are you doing, Max?
Hi, Joyce. It's nice to see you again. You look the same.
Like I'm still a waitress at Two Whales after all these years.
No, like you still look pretty.
Nice save, kid. You're still smart. But not that smart. Now you get busted for smoking pot. I heard the whole sordid story from David. I'm sorry this was how you had to meet him. He's a good man. No matter
Well, technically, Max met him earlier since he's the security guard at the school, so.
Ever. It was almost an accident.
Most likely met him a while ago.
That surprised me fierce. I was hoping you could be a good influence in her life now.
I will be. Promise. I know things were hard for you and Chloe. I feel bad I didn't call. Now my folks are in Seattle and I'm all alone at Blackwell. It's my karma.
You did the right thing. You moved forward with your life. I did after William passed on. Chloe chose to stay angry.
No, that's not really
I hope we see more of you.
a fair
He's an old friend again.
thing
Joyce,
to say.
I'm so sorry about William. I have great memories of him.
I'm glad, Max.
Yeah, I don't think
That was
it's
his gift to us. Wonderful memories. Even if
I
Chloe
think it's
doesn't understand yet.
not really that
Chloe understands. She just needs time.
really that
I
Chloe
know that sucks for you.
chose
She hit all
to
the
stay
phases.
angry.
Expulsion, running away, drugs, bad boys,
As
tattoos.
I've said,
pills,
it doesn't really
hair.
help
Now
that
she's got to rebel against her stepfather.
Joyce,
see why.
in her
Do you? He's not as much of a
in her
badass as you
pursuit
think.
of
But
moving
you did
on
tell him you had
from
a joint, right? You took that
from
responsibility.
William's death,
I did. And I am sorry. I don't want Chloe and any trouble. Or me.
Nobody's
really
in trouble over a
doesn't
do-gooder.
necessarily
I admire that you took the heat for
take
Chloe.
into consideration
But Chloe does push David, and
Chloe's
it's not
feelings
fair.
on the whole
He paid
matter,
his dues in a war.
because
He does care about her, along with all the
If-
students at Blackwell.
you have a lot of
He cares about Kate Marsh?
David mentioned her, but
a lot
stay
of
out of his business. I won't patrol Blackwell, and he won't cook at the diner, you know?
I saw him arguing with Kate. I thought you might know
issues
Nice try, Nancy Drew.
that
But next to
happen
you, there's only
with,
one student I'm worried about,
with
and she's not even
David
in school
and
anymore. So,
all the
now let's get
butting
down to the
heads
nitty-gritty.
between the two.
What do you want to eat?
And now this is the most important choice in the whole game. Whether you want a bacon omelet or a Belgian waffle. The fate of the whole game is determined by what choice of breakfast you choose. I'm being clearly, I joke, mainly because this choice has kind of become like kind of a little bit of a Life is Strange meme of Belgian waffle or bacon omelet. So certain people consider this a really, really tough decision. It's almost like a life or death decision. Which breakfast to choose. The fate of the town rests on this choice.
I honestly have no idea why.
So in any case, now we just fart around for a little bit to wait for the food to come. And then the food finally gets here. And then Chloe will finally get here too.
Lays a hand on my daughter.
There she goes.
You should really
Look at that. There she is. Also, a big little thing to point out here is if David did hit Chloe, and you kept that choice, right? Then Joyce will reference the fact that David hit Chloe in this diner conversation with Max here. And pretty much Joyce's response to it is not great. And it makes Joyce look extremely bad. Pretty much she does the whole victim blaming thing. And pretty much gives David a excuse and a pass because Chloe pushes David's buttons, and it's like, okay, so you're just gonna accept the fact that David smacked your daughter, and you're just gonna give that a pass because Chloe pushes his buttons by arguing? even though they both argue with each other. So it's like, it's pretty much mutual arguing. Like, both of them push each other's buttons, so it's like, hey, how's it going? So I don't think the appropriate response is going to be hitting somebody. Especially if it was my kid. If it was fucking my daughter, somebody lays a hand on my daughter, whether they're the step parent or not, we're most likely going to be throwing hands. Like, I'm not going to be giving you an excuse and a pass for that. So yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest red flags for Joyce is giving domestic violence a pass. Giving it an excuse and not properly addressing it is not great. Like, at all. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. But in any case, so Joyce finally leaves. And then now, let's see.
Later, before the storm was.
So now,
that game.
Let's talk about your superpower.
I don't have any explanation, and I can't explain why I saw that crazy fucking tornado.
Come on.
Because if you take the stuff in before the storm into account too, it becomes even more of a messed up
right here, now.
Situation. How Joyce is way too passive.
I don't even know what's in my pockets. Let me see.
In between David.
So now we just have to do a couple of tests to prove that Max has rewind powers. So, like Chloe said, you have to guess everything that she has in her pockets. So pretty much all this is a memory game, and you have to be pretty observant with what you're guessing. Like, for instance, with the keys, you have to remember what type of keychain Chloe has. And then for the cigarettes, you have to remember how many cigarettes are in the box. And then for the change is pretty obvious. You just have to count the change and remember how much change is here. And then this one is the more tricky one. Because for the ticket, you have to remember the specific time on the ticket. I believe so. So yeah, that's a pretty, they try to trip you up a little bit because there's always a follow-up question. Like, see? Like, when you point out the car keys, Chloe follows up by wanting descriptors, like way more descriptive stuff to really test you. So hence why you have to be more observant and be specific on what certain things are. I do love the reactions to some of this stuff, though.
The only thing I can rationalize.
See, look at that.
I literally just got chills all over my neck.
And I love Max's little smirky face of like, oh, look at. It was like, yeah, I'm awesome. But the only thing I could rationalize with how.
Yeah, see, look at that. So now you got to do an even bigger test, which is remember the sequence of events that are happening right in front of you. You have to remember all of this, pretty much all of what you're seeing, and then you have to rewind and tell Chloe kind of bit by bit, beat by beat, like in order, what's gonna happen. And once you actually do that correctly, is when you get like this cutscene. Because if you get it wrong, then this cutscene doesn't play. So that's pretty much how you know you got it right. Is if everything switches into a cutscene format, then you know you got it right. If it doesn't and you're just in free camera mode looking around, then you got something wrong. That's pretty much how you know. Whoops. There we go.
I pledge allegiance to Max and the power for which she stands.
I love that line.
This isn't a toy, Chloe. I do have to be careful how I use it.
Screw that! Of course it's a toy. The best toy ever? You can bang anyone with no strings attached, rewind time, and boom! It's like it never happened.
Grow up.
Maybe you made a move on me and I would never know.
Yes, that's what I did.
You can rewind time, Max. That's fucking insane. We have to play.
I don't have time.
You did not just say that. Check out your nose. Too much blow? Hey, are you okay?
Too much excitement. See what happens when we hook up again?
Then, let's go to one of my secret lairs and fully test your power. You need a sidekick to guide you.
Okay, Girl Wonder. Show me the way to Chloe's cave.
Okay, so outside the projecting that Chloe is clearly showing with the whole making a move on me and I wouldn't know because of your rewind power thing. Clearly there's no hints with any of that statement as to where that is going to go. But in any case, now we pretty much leave. Well, get ready to leave, but we get a phone call from Kate, and now we could either answer the phone call or not answer the phone call. The very obvious correct answer is answer the fucking phone call. So Frank is eyeballing us. And then in any case, we arrive. We arrive at the famous junkyard.
That's actually the case.
So now we got our final test. So obviously, like Chloe says here, that she's really excited that Max has these powers, and she really wants to mess around with them, right? Which is, understandable. You could also, well, Max could also take it as a way of testing her powers still. Because remember, she kind of just got them, so she still has to kind of figure out, like, where the limitations and stuff of her powers pretty much are. So to set up this shooting range, we have to look around the junkyard now and collect a bunch of bottles. Which, thankfully, this is the remastered version, so they put a bunch more bottles around the junkyard. Because in the original game, you had a very specific amount of bottles that were around. So they only gave you the exact amount of bottles that you need, and you needed to find them. And some of these bottles were hidden in some obscure places where a lot of people like spent a lot of time in the junkyard, like running around trying to find these bottles for like a while. And it really frustrated like a lot of people. Like a lot of people hated playing episode 2 multiple times because they hated going through this bottle section here where you had to gather these bottles. Like they hated going through this. At least thankfully, Deck 9 for the remaster, the only real gameplay thing that they changed was just adding more bottles in this scene, so that way you could get through this scene a lot quicker, which is good. Because it actually makes replaying episode 2 a lot more of a smoother experience. And then now we have Rachel and Chloe's little shack. That Chloe and Rachel pretty much fixed up in here. Obviously, in Before the Storm, Chloe started fixing this up, but obviously at a point, both of them ended up fixing up things. Ooh, and the nice little pictures of Chloe and Rachel here. Before the Storm pretty much showed you Chloe and Rachel getting these photos. Because if you remember, at the end of Before the Storm, one of the post-credit scenes was Chloe and Rachel posing inside a phone booth, inside a picture booth, and getting pictures taken, which is supposed to be these specific photos that they were taking. So, fun little callback from call forward for Before the Storm. So that's the fun little part. Let me see. Where is Rachel's And then we write Max was here, obviously. There it is. There we go. This letter. Oh, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going, boy? Hold on, I gotta say it like Kratos. Boy, how's it going, boy? Hey, that's cool. What's your plan? What's your plan, boy? Ooh, playing Stellar Blade. Ooh, that's great. That is great. Have you played? Oh, okay. Have you played Stellar Blade before, or are you playing it for the first time? Oh, okay. So you're playing New Game Plus. So you've obviously played it before. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So this is the first time you're playing it on stream, though. But let's see. Oh, okay. All right, that's good. The good thing about you playing it on New Game Plus now is because of all the free updates that Stellar Blade has been getting over the past year, including recently. Like they just got a free update, I think, earlier this month, and they've added like more and more content to the game for free. So you're probably gonna encounter like a bunch of new stuff that you haven't played before. So that should be a fun experience. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So true, boys. So true. Yeah, exactly. Always. How's the? How do I do? Let me see. Can I? Nope, I cannot. Okay. Okay. Trying to figure out how to do the thing, but apparently I cannot do the thing. Okay. But yeah. Um. Always, that is really really good for I definitely Stellar Blade. Oh, excuse me. Stellar Blade is definitely on my list of games that I would like to stream. I probably would have streamed it by now, but since they've been like doing all those free updates and adding like all of this like new content and stuff to the game, it almost keeps they pretty much keep pushing the game back for me because I'm like, okay, now I want to just wait until you finish giving the game all these updates because I want to stream the game with all of that content there. So it kind of makes it a little annoying that like I would like to stream your game, but you keep adding content to it, so I keep pushing it back because I keep waiting for you to be finished. uh so yeah, that's definitely my thing with with Stellar Blade right now. Um but in reference to this,
And I don't know if some people kind of miss this
here we go.
sometimes.
Now, what's up with this weird secret relationship? Sounds like Rachel was confused about it, maybe even ashamed. I wish she named names. I better not show this to Chloe or she will be seriously hurt.
Okay. So, real quick, we're gonna run through this letter because this is one of the only concrete pieces of evidence that we have of Rachel, because this letter was written by Rachel herself. So this is the only one of the only concrete information that we get in the whole game about Rachel herself at all. So obviously this is to Chloe because it says C, so obviously C is referring to Chloe. You can tell how much I want you to read this letter since I've been dragging my ass to give it to you. Maybe I just want you to find it when I'm not around so we never have to talk about it. And I don't want you to hate me. Where to start? I met somebody recently who's so different from the lame Vortex Club snobs. I know you'll have a meltdown when I tell you and think he's gross, but I swear he's wise and unconventional. Kind of scary, not in a bad boy way. He's just experienced some serious shit. Yeah, I'm kind of obsessed. I won't blame you for freaking. Maybe I know you're right and this just has to be my secret. I hate not sharing this with you, except I know you'd give me that stink eye and grill me for every stupid detail. If I even told you that last night we hooked up near campus, and then it pretty much stops. So there is that. There are some theories as to who Rachel is talking about meeting in that letter. If you know, you know. So, oh, there you go. Okay, I was wondering how to back out of that the whole time. I had a thing on the screen that was trying to back out of, and it wouldn't go away. Finally figured out how to make it go away. But yeah, so that's a pretty important letter. Who the hell is? Oh, Kate. Pretty much thanking us for taking her phone call and talking to her on the phone. So there's also what was it? The dough. You see the dough. Well, technically you can't see the dough because it's kind of transparent and it's kind of hard to see. But the dough is pretty much laying down right here. It's laying down on the ground right over here. In any case, because once you get close enough, then the dough runs off. You can kind of see it running off over there. See, and then you see it more clearly over here. And then you could take like a collectible photo of it, but when you look at the photo, if you look at the photo, there's nothing in the photo. Like the photo doesn't show the dough there. So yay, supernatural spooky ghost dough. But in any case, we have all the bottles we need. So pretty much we're just floating around. Well, farting around. I like how Max says, "That's my Chloe." Oh, she's getting possessive already. Calm down, Max. We have not gotten to that part of the story yet where we commit to that choice. Okay, you're getting ahead of ourselves. Hold on. I will be right back. Gotta take a quick bathroom break real quick. I'm back again. Haha. Okay.
So you have to finish all that.
Okay, so now we got the bottles.
Thanks, Matt.
So we now got the bottles. Now we can do the little shooty range. Shooty bang bang. Let's see. So now we pretty much have to guide Chloe into shooting the bottles. Using our rewind powers. Pretty much. W. Okay, don't mind me. I'm a little ignorant when it comes to certain abbreviations. So, which one is W? What does WB abbreviate to? Because anytime I see WB, it all I think about is Warner Brothers. And we just did the making Chloe shoot herself. Because obviously we told her to shoot something. Oh, welcome back. Okay. Don't mind me. Just having a little. I got to get used to certain shorthands now. But in any case, we got this. We destroyed the bottles. Everything's good now.
I don't know.
Except Max having a headache and a nosebleed.
Damn. I don't feel so super.
See, now the storm comes back into play again.
Okay, so we don't have a nightmare sequence to run through.
Since the end of the first episode where you
freaked me out there.
Saw the
Do you
storm
feel any
again.
better now? A little.
Which,
Thanks for
remember,
helping.
by the end of the first episode, you have a
Too
ticking
much action
clock
for Arcadia?
that's happening
Not enough.
in the background.
This is kind of fun.
Because the storm is
Scary
gonna
and
come
stupid, but fun.
in a couple of
Let me know when you
days.
feel okay. God, this power really messes with my head.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. As I said, there's so much like shorthand for to learn for chats that it's like okay, I'm gonna need a little bit of a like almost like a little bit of a dictionary at this point to keep in mind of like, oh, this one means this one means this one means this. Especially when you're one of the older folks around, you kind of have to learn like the young lingo and stuff. Like you kind of have to learn it and be like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What are you saying? But at this point, it pretty much like comes with the territory at this point, right?
See those storm.
So in any case, a little bit of a mean moment there with Max being afraid, but then Chloe follows it up with, like, I know you can handle this. Like you got this. So, yet again is one of those things that that people use, for Chloe to be like a bully to Max, but it's like, it's like you also kind of forget, like, immediately following up from that, she's like trying to push Max to be more confident and sure of herself a lot more, instead of constantly second guessing everything that she's doing, which Max constantly does within the game, because every time you make like a big decision, if you notice, Max will always second guess any big decision that you're making throughout the game. Whether the choice is a good one or not, she's always second guessing everything all the time. So, which is also kind of good because it makes the player way more paranoid about every choice they make, since Max is always questioning the choices that you're making. It feeds into the paranoia of the player to always be kind of paranoid with every choice that they make. So it works from a meta perspective, as well as a character development perspective. So
The storm is
so in any case, Frank finally shows up, which makes sense. We've been shooting a gun around. Plus, we also saw him watching us before this, so it kind of makes sense that he's been like kind of keeping an eye on us at this point.
I'll say that, even when they're broke and acting tough. What are you hiding there, girlie? Let me see.
Where did you get that bracelet?
A friend. It's none of your goddamn business. You're my business now.
That's Rachel's bracelet. Why the fuck are you wearing her bracelet?
Calm yourself, all right? It was a gift.
No, it wasn't. You stole that shit. Give it to me right now, asshole.
You better step back before you regret it, girl. I mean it. You want me to cut you, bitch?
Please. Please, step back.
You're kidding. Put that down.
So the shooting choice is not. It's just pretty much whether Frank is gonna be more. I wouldn't say mean, but whether he's gonna be way more cautious with you. So pretty much, if you shoot him, then try to shoot him, technically. Because, spoiler, no matter what you choose, the gun, you're not going to shoot anything. Like, see, you try to shoot the gun, like, there's no bullets in the gun left, so nothing happens.
I'll remember you almost shot me. And you'll wish I had no memory, because I never forget. You have until Friday to pay me. Don't ever pull crap like this again. It'll be the last time you do.
At the very least, he doesn't steal the gun.
Brainiacs.
Because if you choose not to try to shoot him, then Frank just takes the gun from you. And says that he takes it as a little bit of payment as to the money that Chloe owes him. So, but then you could actually get the gun back later. But in any case, usually I attempt to shoot him. So. Plus, it also gives you more positive points for Chloe, so So there's that.
Sorry. You were awesome. Thanks for standing up for me. Let's blow. My secret lair didn't feel secret today. At least Frank is gone. He won't fuck with us again.
The funny part is Frank.
Jesus, I almost.
See a prime example of Max always second guessing everything. But in any case, we're gonna leave the junkyard because we are approaching the end. Did Chloe just disappear? Oh, okay. I thought Chloe poofed out of existence during the transition of the scene. That would have been funny, a funny glitch though. Chloe literally just teleports out of one scene into the next one.
Reason
I still.
it didn't go off, so
It felt.
at least no one got hurt.
I'm glad there was no bullets in
You
there.
can just rewind time in your hand and stick that barrel right up Frank's ass. You have the power.
You're gross. Don't fall.
And here's this iconic. It's a pretty iconic shot
Me too,
of them
I think. Chloe, why the hell are you hanging
of them
around
walking the
scary
tracks
losers
hand
like
in
Frank?
hand.
It's weird.
Let's take a break and I'll
Because
talk.
that's definitely a shot that gets referenced
like a
in a
different
lot
world,
of
I wish we could stay forever.
trailers and posters and stuff
Can we build another pirate fort and
from
keep the world
fans
out?
and
We need a
stuff.
new secret hangout.
Is that
At least Frank wouldn't find us.
is that shot?
Are you okay, Max?
Seriously, Chloe, this is scary. What if Frank tries to track us down?
Also,
I'm sorry.
if you
But Frank is in his hardcore
remember,
as he runs. All he cares about is his
if
cash,
you
stash, and mangy
saw the
Chloe, did you see what just happened?
the
I
Before the
almost shot
Storm
him.
streams,
I know I could rewind, but
towards the end of the first episode of Before the
these are
Storm,
guns.
Max, I know. Crazy shit is the new
when
normal.
Rachel and
That's why I plan
Chloe
to
are
embark on
walking
the event
down
without paying Frank off.
the
Now,
train
tell me
tracks
exactly what's going on between you and Frank.
towards
Does
the
he
junkyard,
have
because they end up in the
Frank
junkyard,
Bowers, he's just a dealer.
towards the end of
where I
that
get my
scene,
tea. The one in your joint,
you do
remember?
see
Anyway,
Chloe
Frank and I kind of hung out.
walking on the rails and walking on the rails, so like she's doing it by herself while Rachel
You don't
is
mean-
walking and
No, we
drinking
didn't have sex.
the
Gross, man.
the
We
alcohol,
never even tried.
drinking
I
the
just made
beer
the
or
mistake of
wine or
borrowing money
whatever.
So Rachel and I could bail out of here.
That's it?
But
No,
that's
I
that's
wanna know
one
how
of
Frank got
Before the
Rachel's bracelet.
Storm's little small
What do you think?
references to something that happened in this game. So it's like their little reference of
I think we have to
of
be
the Max
careful
and
keep
Chloe
an eye on this guy. Without him eyeballing us, okay?
going down
So weird
walking on the
talking to you
train
about this
tracks
insane crap.
type
We
of
haven't
thing.
hung out this much since we were tweens, and it's like no time has passed. I wish Rachel was here to meet you.
Do you think that Rachel and I would have been friends?
You're not that different. She has a great eye for images and for art. Plus, she's a smartass like you. We would all be hella best friends forever.
I know she must be as cool as you are. I have no doubt we'll meet soon.
Railroad tracks always make me feel better. I have no idea why.
Kerouac knew. It's the
Plus,
romance
we
of
do
travel
know
and movement.
that if
Is
you
that
have,
what
if you
you
did
seem like
play,
Look at the beat poet here.
play or seen Before the Storm,
I'd rather be a good
before
friend.
this,
You are.
you can
have
tell
to
that
stop
a
being
lot
afraid.
of what, that pretty much a lot of what Chloe says about Rachel is pretty much true, because we do see a lot of that Before the Storm as far as Rachel's character goes.
Hold on, Chloe.
What's that noise?
This scene, this part always makes me laugh, mainly because if you notice the shot of Chloe's foot being stuck in the train tracks, they weren't able to get a good shot to make it look more believable that Chloe's foot is stuck. So you kind of have to suspend your disbelief and believe that Chloe is legitimately stuck in the train tracks, even though it kind of doesn't really look that way. You got you gotta admire some of the limitations that are there that kind of kneecap some of the more dramatic moments that they try to do. But yeah, I would have preferred that it would have been a lot more of a noticeable thing that she is stuck in the train tracks instead of it looking like we can just like plop her foot out because it doesn't really look like it's stuck on anything. So either way, we saved Chloe from getting run over by a train.
Trying to do it one of the other ways, but
even though there's many different ways within this scene that you can save Chloe by. So
It was cool to spend time in your lair, but I have to get back to school before my next class.
Since you're the mysterious superhero, I'll be your faithful chauffeur and companion.
My powers might not last, Chloe.
That's okay. We will. Forever.
so many quotable.
Yes. We will last forever. Certainly, how true that statement is will definitely depend on certain choices you make and certain choices some developers made when making certain games.
Thanks for coming with me.
To the last,
Sorry to be so boring. Nothing
the
exciting
last
about
exploratory
Listen, your rewind power
section
has
of
to
the
be
game,
connected to that snow
of the episode.
Might explain your tornado vision.
Explain what? Snow equals a ginormous twister that takes out Arcadia Bay? You're high.
Wake up, Max. You saved my life twice now.
Plus, if you
Because of my
notice,
destiny, yours, and whoever.
if you saw some of the
Chaos
stuff,
theory?
What do you know about chaos theory, Miss I Hate Math?
some of the
5 years ago, asswipe. Some people change, and your situation is the perfect storm
if
for
you've
quantum physics.
seen some of the stuff from Before the Storm, as far as Chloe's truck
A
goes,
perfect example of strange attractors. Have they
the
touched it?
Illuminati rectangle
We have a tornado, rewind
that's
power, and freak snow,
markered
a low Armageddon.
on the
So
let's
back
party with your
power,
of their
Rockstar.
seats,
Like you said, Professor
which is one
Price,
of the things
the
you can
superhero
graffiti
needs a sidekick.
in the
How can it be such a shitty week and
in
you're playing
Before
the
the
best of my life?
Storm.
Because we're back in action again.
That and technically the saying on the back of the truck that says you are about to die.
So now we're back in school, which technically this is kind of the last big part of the of episode 2, which means we are slowly approaching wrapping it up soon. So as far as this goes, we just talk to everyone else again, whoever is around, before we get to class. We talk to Courtney. We be nice to Courtney, so that way she could put our name on the party list. Which is good because this being on the party list will definitely help us for episode 4. Because the party actually happens in episode 4, so it's going to be easy. And this is the party, the end of the world party. Which is an ironic name considering the giant looming tornado that's going to come in and destroy the town. So technically it is the end of the world. At least the end of the town if you don't try to do something about it. And then we have kind of an okay conversation with David here. That conversation wasn't too bad. But hold on. Okay, we're just talking with Warren here. Pretty much telling us that he's in the science room. That we could meet up with him and kind of like talk to him, and we could also help him with like a science experiment here if you want to. And then we could talk to Miss Grant a little bit, which doesn't really amount to much. Yeah, unfortunately, the teachers in the game don't really amount too much to anything, sadly. The only real important teacher is just Mr. Jefferson. Everyone else is kind of just there, unfortunately. And then we have this moment here. Let's see, can you hear it?
Oh, wait, it's happening.
Yeah, you hear it.
Nobody believes me anyway.
Stop acting so brittle.
Being on a viral video does that.
Maybe this is your way of getting attention.
That's really mean, Mr. Jefferson. You just don't get it. Just leave me alone.
You have to talk to me, Kate.
Why? It's all over, like me.
Knock off this martyr crap.
What do you want from me?
I want you to be honest.
Nobody believes me anyway.
Stop acting so brittle.
Being on a viral video does that.
Maybe this is your way of getting attention.
That's really mean, Mr. Jefferson. You just don't get it. Just leave me alone.
You have to talk to me, Kate.
Why? It's all over, like me.
Knock off this martyr crap.
What do you want from me?
I want you to be honest.
Nobody believes me anyway.
Stop acting so brittle.
Being on a viral video does that.
Maybe this is your way of getting attention.
That's really mean, Mr.
Okay, so it is repeating itself a little bit.
Leave her, like, being on a phone.
Knock.
No,
Okay.
Me.
You have to talk to me, Kate.
Why? So you can't help me?
I'm trying, but you have to understand my position.
Why? You don't understand mine.
Little bit of a tidbit for that one is that conversation can be totally missed if you're not, if you get too close to Jefferson and Kate, then Kate immediately like stops the conversation and runs off like you saw. So if you want to hear like the finer details of that conversation, then you have to make sure you don't get close enough to trigger Kate to leave. Because once you trigger Kate to leave, then it's immediately going to cut off the conversation and just transition into Kate leaving. So yeah, most people like totally miss that because she doesn't, because people just keep walking and they don't realize that they're cutting off a conversation by triggering a character to take action in this situation here. So that's pretty, pretty sad because it does add a little bit more to Jefferson and Kate's dynamic, shall we say, at least for now. So pretty much, Kate is, well, Jefferson at this point is pretty much trying to listen to what Kate has to say, but also is in a position where, understandably, Kate doesn't have any actual proof to back up like what she's really accusing anyone of. So it's very hard for like a teacher like Jefferson to genuinely support Kate because there's a severe lack of evidence that she has. So that part is understandable, but that's what Max is here for. Like Max is trying to gather all the information here.
I just don't want Kate Marsh to become the next Rachel Amber.
Rachel Amber? What does she have to do with Kate?
With all her missing persons posters around, it's hard not to think of her.
I miss Rachel too. But think about yourself, Max. Principal Wells told me about what you said happened in the bathroom.
It did happen.
That is an interesting reaction, though, when it comes to mentioning Kate's name. I mean, Rachel's name. If you noticed, once Rachel's name got brought up, there was a very noticeable change in Jefferson's tone of voice. If you noticed. And then now we got Victoria and Nathan.
Better be quiet, Victoria. We have a
But
master
both of them
snitch
talk
in
to
line
you
here.
during
Did
this
you
anyway.
think we were best friends forever or
So it
something?
doesn't really matter which one
Not
you
at all, Victoria.
initiate
Max is
the
such an
conversation
attention
with.
whore.
You would know. Can I sit down now?
Oh, please do. Take a selfie of this moment.
Yeah, Max. So so I won't forget you. Assholes.
See what I mean by not Kate. See what I mean by Victoria acting different in front of other people, but when Max and her are alone, then Victoria genuinely changes her tone. And then we got David very weirdly taking photos of Kate there. Not suspicious at all in the least. Is it there? Can I see it? Wow, it is really hard to see when it's an even smaller video that I'm seeing to notice it. Oh, wait. Yep, I see it. Yep, there it is. Okay. Wow, I'm surprised I even noticed it as small as the screen is. Oh, Chloe. Then we got this fun little text exchange here. Which is pretty much, Max, the boss with the gun, marry me. And Max, illegal in Oregon for now. And then Chloe, fuck that shit, elope. So, yeah, we're being very subtle with certain character feelings. You also have to keep in mind, we have not chosen any real relationship dialogue options, at all. So the fact that Chloe is kind of putting the a little bit of flirtiness going on is kind of a given. It's not really extremely determined by your choices. So the game is giving you concrete evidence that there is a pre-established attraction going on, which obviously Before the Storm would play into that a little more, especially the Farewell DLC. If you notice in the Farewell DLC, Chloe definitely had a lot more flirty responses to certain things that Max did or said in that very short DLC. So clearly, playing up the pre-established attraction that was already present in the original game. If you're paying close enough attention, you will notice these things. It's not like they're hiding it, really. If you look for it, you will find it. Also, a funny little quirk here. When when I checked the Chloe's text message on the phone, and then when I backed out and Jefferson scolded me and told me to put the phone away, a funny little thing that you can do is, if you're paying attention to and a nice little drawing here that Max made of Chloe and her holding hands walking on the train tracks. That doesn't suggest anything at all. But when you're in this view, when you're able to like free camera look around, if you're paying attention to where Jefferson is moving, if you wait for when Jefferson is in a position where he's not looking at Max at all, you can actually check your phone and your text messages without Jefferson like punishing you and telling you to put the phone away. So you could actually be sneaky and check your text messages behind his back without him knowing. So that's a funny little little quirk that they did put into the game that you can actually do.
Dismissed.
You really took control.
It's really funny though that once everyone's like, "Yo, some shit's going on outside. Everyone come see," and everyone leaves, and Jefferson is like trying to tell him to like sit down and stay, and he just gets completely ignored. Like nobody gives a fuck. Everyone's leaving. Pretty funny moment how he just like sits back down defeated, like I could not keep control of my own classroom.
Is this for real?
It slipped out.
I didn't think she was that messed up.
Yeah. You could probably already figure out what's happening right now. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Kate! No! Oh, God.
She can't die. She can't. Not again. Not now. I have to try something. I won't be able to rewind again and again. Keep going, Max. You can do it.
Also, a little tidbit. This is the only time in the whole game that this happens, where Max literally freezes time. This is the only time this happens. I actually wish they would have did something with this a little more. Like I wish there was a more like another big moment where Max doing this will actually like solve like a big dramatic like problem or something. Because it's nice that they do it here, but and then conveniently it cuts off. And also you can't use your powers during this scene now, because the strain of freezing time pretty much temporarily knocked Max's powers out. So now Max can't do anything. So now what you have to do is pretty much talk Kate out of jumping off the roof. So, which depending on certain choices that you've been making in regards to some of your interactions with Kate and some of the, things that you've observed from Kate when you were in her room earlier, then this whole part of convincing her not to jump off the building will kind of be pretty easy, to be honest. So, so the more that you don't pay attention, the way more harder this is to keep her from jumping off the roof. But in any event, we do keep her from jumping off the roof for this. In general, I always want to make sure that Kate doesn't jump off the fucking roof, so yeah. So we keep things pretty well off on that end. I definitely feel sorry for everyone who wasn't able to make sure Kate doesn't jump off the roof. Like I would feel extremely bad. Also, Max's little joke here of telling Kate, "Hey, you saved me from talking in class." Kind of a I guess trying to be sweet, like trying to add some relief to a very highly stressful situation. Even though I could see some people taking it as a cringy moment, like I could see that. In any case, we get to the principal's office and kind of congratulating us for saving Kate as far as this goes. And then we can put the blame of why Kate decided to try to jump off the roof on either David, Jefferson, or Nathan. Nathan is the easy option. David is the slightly harder option. One of the only ways you could really convince the principal that David would be a cause for Kate's issues would be the picture that you could take of David and Kate earlier. So if you don't have that picture, then blaming David is a little bit less believable for everyone else. So And the whole Jefferson thing is a pretty long shot because Max necessarily doesn't have any real evidence to put all the blame on Jefferson, so it's one of those long shot ideas. Either way, we go with Nathan because Nathan's the easiest option that we have. So in any case, I believe the principal suspends Nathan for a while they investigate. Yeah, there you go. No choice but to suspend him until further notice. While they investigate, like, what's going on with the whole Vortex Club party and what happened with Kate. So now, because of Kate's suicide attempt, now they're actually going to take what she was saying a lot more seriously and is going to look into it more. Kind of fucked up that to take it seriously, she has to attempt to kill herself. I personally would have tried to look into it before it got to this point, but you know, people do very stupid, fucked up shit, you know. So in any case, we sign our statement of who we're going to put the blame on. And then with that, we leave the principal's office. And now we pretty much do the wrap up here. Is this scene muted?
A voiced
No, it is not. Okay.
Cameo.
I thought it was muted because there is gonna be music that's gonna pop in as this conversation is going. So
in the rest of the game. No,
I was waiting to see if
of the positive reaction.
If the music would get muted here.
They worked out a
Let me
way
see.
to squeeze.
And then Warren with the sneaky hug. I see you. I see you. Oh no, the music.
Obviously,
The music is
they
here.
do
Okay.
it, in the middle of them making the third episode, because the third episode had to come out at a certain point. So they were able to
Also,
work it into the fourth episode. That
one of my
still
favorite
working
songs
on and still had time to put her
on
in.
the original Life is Strange soundtrack
So
is definitely this song.
still love this this song, the local native song here. One of my favorite songs in this in the soundtrack for this.
I cannot speak highly of it enough.
And apparently and even Deck 9 knew that when Deck 9 was working on the remasters for these two games. Because one of I believe it was the launch trailer. I think it was the launch trailer for the remaster collection. Used this song. And see if Kate was dead, this scene would be replaced with a candlelight memorial that they set up in front of Kate's dorm room.
And then if you can see the text message says that Chloe wrote to Max here. It says, "Sorry about Kate. I hope you're okay. This eclipse freaks me out." Hold on. And then it says, and then Max replies with, let me see. Hold on. Because it's a little fuzzy there. Because she moves. Yep, there, okay. Let's find out what's going on together.
So at least with this, instead of getting that scene, we see Kate recovering in the hospital. So see, and now we see the full purpose of why the Kate situation was important to the overall plot of the game.
Exactly. Oh, you mean the stream that I played? Cause this is actually my old stream. Cause I played these back in February. Cause this is a stream I did all the way back in February. So this episode was clocked in at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So let me see. Oh, oh, you mean my Life is Strange shirts? Hold on, let me switch over. Hold on. There we go. Oh, you're talking about you're talking about these. Yeah. Cause underneath this I have. Hold on. There we go. Cause underneath this I have Max's Jane Doe shirt underneath. So it's a two for one. There we go. There we go. Cause for these streams, when I originally did the streams, I did buy I did try to buy all the different like t-shirts and stuff that Max and Chloe wore in the games. So I did try to buy like all of them. So when I played every episode, so when I played every episode, I wore one of the different shirts for like every episode. And if I so happened to be able to find the shirt from that specific episode, then that is the shirt that I wound up wearing. And by the way, I only wear these shirts during during the streams and stuff, because I don't want to get these shirts like messed up and stuff by like wearing these like outside and stuff. So every time the stream is over, these literally get taken off and then I hang them back up in the closet. So I don't continue to wear these like all day. Especially Chloe's shirts, because since these shirts are white, I generally don't like wearing like white clothes, because I don't like the fact of how easy it is for them to get dirty. So I definitely don't like wearing these like all day. Like I will immediately just put them away to keep them from getting yeah, exactly, boy, exactly. So that's why I immediately put these away, and they just only come out during special occasions like these. Like when I'm doing a stream in relation to the games, then I keep them, then I'll put it on. But other than that, they just stay safely in the closet and away from getting dirty. But in any case, let's see. Oh, there you go. In any case, let's see. Is there anything here? No, this is just. Oh, whoops. That is not what I want. There we go. Trying to move this stuff around. There we go. So this is just the breakdown of the choices. Pretty much it's very easy to, especially at this point with the remastered version, a lot of the percentages for these choices are pretty skewed in a certain way. Is there any? No, it is not. Okay. Whoa. Went too far. Went too far. We are not doing episode 3 today. We'll do episode 3 like next time. Because we are approaching 5 hours. It's hard to believe it's already been 5 fucking hours already. But but yeah. So far we are about halfway through the original game. So This also definitely puts into perspective how quick you can go through everything when you're just focusing on the plot of the games and the specific, and obviously the main characters themselves, instead of the whole game. But it's a good thing that I'm using that I do use my videos that I made for the streams as an example of different scenes and different stuff to use as I'm talking and explaining certain elements and stuff. So, kind of nice to be able to have to have a easily accessible visual aid to help demonstrate and show different aspects that I'm talking about. Who? But in any case, that will wrap things up for today. So next time we will pick this up with, at the very least, going through episode 3. And depending on how quickly we can get through episode 3, then maybe we'll push a little further. So we'll see. It all depends on how much there is for me to say, given certain situations and things that happen within the game. So we'll see. But it's certainly going to be interesting, because if anyone knows, episode 3, a lot of interesting stuff does happen. I try. You always say that every time. You almost say that every time in every stream, with you being amazed at how quickly my videos get uploaded onto YouTube. I don't know. I don't know how I do it. I choose not to question these things and to just take full advantage of the fact that it works that way. If I knew a specific trick to it, then I would definitely have told you, try about it. But unfortunately, I don't know. It just works that way, I guess. But is there anything that any of you would like to add? Is there anything that I may have missed that maybe you might have any questions of, or any comments or anything? Just feel free feel free to let me know. The discussion is always open. That's the whole point of this, is that you know, trying to figure out the placement of where these characters are going to wind up. So I am always open to any different perspectives that any of you may have. So that is always open. Feel free to always leave any comments, especially on the YouTube videos. Feel free to leave comments or anything. Good night, boy. I will. I'm definitely gonna be joining the sleepy crew in a minute, because I am doing the wrap up here. So with that, I will catch everyone later. As always, JR here, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.